just look up. We had to usually work on something, so.
Gotta get out before it's too late. Free ourselves from all persecution. Gotta get free from the wicked Babylon. So I'm young and I'm old. I'm rich and I'm poor. I feel like I've been on this earth many times before. Once I was a wild gazelle on horseback riding free, searching in the darkness for a piece of me. I can feel this for sure, for sure. I've been here before. And I can feel this for sure, for sure, for sure. I've been here before. I used to be a queen, you know, on an island by the sea, with rainbow-colored people, happy as can be. We never had a problem, there never was a care, and the love was ever flowing, and it's being shared. And I can feel this for sure. I've been here before. I can feel this for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. I've been here before. Yes, I have. I love you. Oh. I love you. You smile like an angel. Just let your smile be bright like the sun, and your eyes be bright like the stars that peep out of the sky by night. Do as you would do to me before we were true, and I will always love you forever as I see you in my dream. I'll follow you always, right to the end of the world. I'll follow you always, like the rainbow, follow the rain. When we were together, those were the happiest times in all my life. But now we're separated. I just know It's impossible. You know.
Good evening, everybody. Little Sonia spends fear. No charge.
My sister and girl walked into the kitchen one evening while she was fixing supper. He handed her a piece of paper that he'd been writing on. After wiping her hands in her apron, she took it in her hands and read it. And
Hope everybody's doing fine.
For one year, $5. For making
Black British Heritage Celebration.
$1. For going to the store, 50 cents. And for playing with little brother while you went shopping, 25 cents. For picking up the trash, $1. And for getting a good report card, $5. And for raking the yard, $2. Total all to $14.75. Well, she looked at him standing there unexpectedly, and 1,000 memories flashed through her mind. So she picked up the pen, turned the paper over. This was what she wrote. For the 9 months I carried you, growing inside of me, no charge. For the nights I sat up with you, doctor, you prayed for you, no charge. For the time and the tears and the thoughts through the years, there's no charge. When you add it all up, the full cost of my love is no charge. For the nights filled with gray and the war is ahead, no charge. For advice and the knowledge and the cost of your college, no charge. For the first school and clothes and for wiping your nose, there's no charge, son. When you add it all up, the full cost of real love is no charge. For the nights filled with gray and the war is ahead, no charge. For advice and the knowledge and the cost of your college, no charge. For the first school and clothes and for wiping your nose, there's no charge, son. When you add it all up, the full cost of real love is no charge.
What do you say for that
Ladies and gentlemen, just settle in, We're going to start a little bit, so you can just settle in. We're almost ready to start, but not quite yet.
Take the ribbon from your hair, shake it loose and let it fall. Lay it soft upon my skin, like the shadows on the wall. Come and lay down by my side till the early morning light. All I'm taking is your time.
Yeah, may I have your attention, please? If we have an excess amount of people, we have an overflow seating in the back right there, in the overflow section. We'll be seating more people, okay? All right.
Let the devil take tomorrow. Lord, tonight I need a friend. Yesterday's day and gone, and tomorrow is out of sight. And it's sad to be alone. Help me make it through the night. I don't care who's right or wrong. I don't try to understand. Let the devil take tomorrow. Lord, tonight I need a friend. Yesterday's day and gone, and tomorrow is out of sight. And it's sad to be alone. Help me make it through the night. Help me.
And I don't like city streets, so I'm heading for the countryside.
Hello, good evening, everyone. And isn't it exciting to be here at the Black British Heritage Celebration? I know the thing that you're thinking right away is that the MC seems to be 50 pounds heavier than last year, yes, and 100 pounds heavier than the year before. And I'm trying to see whether or not I can get up to 1,000 pounds by the next one that we have here. Keep me in your prayers. In the year 2000, in the year 2001, actually, my son, Imani Aswad, whose name means the faith of the black stone, he was 6 years old. We were living in Stafford, Virginia. I was a prosecutor with the U.S. Department of Justice at the time. And my son came home that evening, one evening from school, and he said to me, he said, Dad, I want my hair to flip over like Trey's hair. Trey was his best friend, who was Caucasian. And so I went to my wife, I said, honey, is there some way we can allow our son's hair to flip over like Trey's hair? And she says, yes, if I had married someone white. And so it's interesting because that actually has a lot to do with this celebration called the Black British Heritage Celebration. Because in 1987, there was this gentleman by the name of Akiaba Sebu, who was working as a special projects officer with the Greater London Council. And in 1987, he went to work one morning. And Elizabeth Wong, who is one of his employees, when he went to work, she told him about her 6-year-old son, who she had named Marcus, after Marcus Messiah Garvey. And she said she couldn't get him to stop crying the night before. And he said, why? And she said, because he asked, he said, Mom, why couldn't I have been born white? And so in 1987, that's when this Ghanaian decided to start the Black British Heritage Celebration in 1987 in Britain. Put your hands together. Wasn't that wonderful? And he thought it would be a good time, and he picked a month that was very unlike the United States, right? In the US, we celebrate in February, but he picked the month of October, which he says was one of the longest months. It was also one of the months that he as a Ghanaian knew that the tribal elders in the area where he was from, they would generally meet in the month of October to go over differences that they had with each other. And he thought, what a good time of year for me to set for the Black British Heritage Celebration. The other thing that he recognized was that in that year, it was exactly 150 years of the celebration of emancipation for the Caribbean Commonwealth countries. And in addition to that, he also found out that it was the time of year when most students in England would have been back in school. And so that's why he chose this month for the celebration. At this time, we're going to start our celebration here, all the way across the pond, with the singing of the British national anthem first, and then the US national anthem. I have been so wrong. All these years, I've been having us sing the US national anthem first, and then the British national anthem after. However, Vice Mayor of this great city, the Vice Mayor came to me today and she said, stop the nonsense. I looked on the State Department website and it tells me that we should sing the song, the British national anthem first as the visitors, and then the US national anthem after. So I apologize to all of you for all these years having you do the wrong thing. Could you stand to your feet with me as we join together with the singing of the British national anthem as you look at the Union Jack, and then to be immediately followed by the singing of the United States national anthem with your right hand over your hearts as appropriate.
twilight's last gleam, through the heights and bright skies, through the perilous skies, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Excellent. You may be seated, and I heard your voices. You sang very lustily. I really appreciated that. And as you know, this year, the Black British Heritage Celebration, they're recognizing the sisters, right? Is one of the themes for this year, is a recognition of the sisters. So it's so apropos that a sister from what is, and in the past I've always said the greatest city in the world, the city of Miramar, but I'm told this year we're live streaming, so I have to be careful because I have friends in Birmingham, friends in Jamaica, friends in New York. Let me be very careful, friends in Toronto. So in this, the greatest city in the world in South Florida, the city of Miramar, it is just very, thank you. I know I am a judge after all, I have some sense, right? It is apropos that we have the one politician, the one community activist in this great city who seems to never tire. In fact, there is some suspicion that she doesn't sleep. Have you gotten any of those emails from her? She sends them out every day, and she has about 20 events every day that she does. I don't know how she does it. Her son is there, he won't tell me either. But ladies and gentlemen, could you put your hands together as the Vice Mayor of this great city of Miramar comes at this time to do what's appropriate in welcoming all of our important dignitaries that are here, as well as giving us her words. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you so very much, Alexandra Davis.
It's your time, baby. It's your time, baby. Get out, baby. That's the difference when you're my baby. That's how it is when you really make me stop the world. Feel my passion. Be what you ask for. So tell me if you want it action. Until the lights back on. I got the one we could last long. And I never knew action. Feel like what I'm waiting for night long. I pull up my life fashion. Every night flashing anyway. You can go ahead.
Alright, we're here to party with a purpose. Alright? You might say, well, how come she's playing Afrobeat? Well, it just so happens that 21 Savage, who is on this cut, he's British. Okay? He's Black British. Came here when he was 9 years old. And so we have a lot of Black Britons doing great things here in the United States, not to mention what they're doing in Great Britain. So we're here to celebrate this month as it is Black British Heritage Month. And I'm going to try to figure out who's British in the room. Now, we're going to start off with anyone from the countryside. Maybe we can start with Birmingham. Birmingham's in the house. All right. And I'm going to leave that someplace. I had cousins who lived in Birmingham. What about Leicester? Anybody from Leicester? A few people? All right. Hey, Leicester's in the house. Wolverhampton. There's a Wolverhampton in the house. What about Manchester? Yay! Manchester's in the house. I don't know any other place, but I'm gonna go right straight to London in the house. Yeah. Yeah. And with London, you know, there's a lot of different boroughs, but I'm gonna go with who's from the Southeast? Southeast London. Greenwich, in particular, for myself. What about Northwest? All right, we got some Northwesterns here. What about East London? East London. All right, that's where all the parties were at, East London. North London. All right. So, for those of you who are not British, you know, you're gonna need to Google where all the blacks live in England. There's a few cities. Main one is London. I'm not sure. Liverpool, anybody from there? Hey! We got 3 people from Liverpool. Great. All right. So, you know, we're so glad to be here. We're pleased to have all of you, those who were born in England, those who were colonized by the British, and everybody else, those who just want to see what living life as a Black Briton. As you can see, some of the slides show you some of our early arrivals. Lovers Rock was born in England. It's one of our signature sounds. But, you know, we're here to celebrate everyone that's made an impact. And we have particularly 5 people that we're going to honor this evening. I'd like to recognize some of the elected officials who are here. My team is not here, the rest of my colleagues, but I'd like to mention, and so we have Mayor Wayne Messam, have myself, I'm Vice Mayor Alexandra Davis, Vic Coburn, Commissioner Maxwell Chambers, and Commissioner Winston. Let's give it up for our commission. We also have our executive staff who run the place. That's Roy Virgin, our city manager. I saw him earlier. Assistant City Manager Adam Burton was also here earlier. And no, Stephen Johnson is out, but on the phone, somebody making sure all is going well here. I'd like to also thank our staff, everybody who's been involved, whether it's marketing, cultural, theater, parks, all of our staff. We thank you for all the work that you do every day, making sure that our events come off without a hitch. So let's give it up for staff. As I recognize the elected officials, and I'm going to also recognize our volunteers who made this happen as well. We have with us Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who you'll hear from in a little while. And she's everywhere, you know, she's just a great, great human being. Let's give it up for her one more time. We have my cousin, Commissioner Joy Smith from West Park. Thank you for coming. We have Commissioner Sharon Thomas from Lauderdale Lake. Sharon, are you here? Thank you for coming. I'm not sure if I've left out any. Oh, here we got Mr. Late but always on time. I don't know. Former Mayor and Broward County Commissioner, former Commissioner Dale Holness. Thank you. Have a seat, Commissioner Holness. I'd like to recognize, of course, my son, Chevon Davis Ragland, Dr. Chevon Davis Ragland. Let me do it right. Thank you, son. You make me so proud every day. My sister, Farah Griffin. Thank you, Farah. And for my volunteers, to be honest, when I started this 5 years ago, there were 2 people that have been by my side this entire time. They do it selflessly. And since then, we've added on to our group. I have 2 other volunteers always here. I'd like to name my volunteers for the project. Jacqueline Adamson, stand. Baldwin Davis, Cuz. Charmaine Frankson, Melissa Jane. She was on the red carpet. Cleopatra Mills, are you here, Cleopatra? may have left, and Gloria Bin. So we're really grateful. We can't do this alone. It takes a village. It takes all of us doing our part to make these events come off well. And I'd like to give it back to our abled MC. He's going to call our next person up. And let's give it up for our MC, Judge Norm Hammond.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. Isn't she just simply awesome? Right, yes. So, one of the interesting things about South Florida that you may not know, and why this is an appropriate venue for us to host the Black British Heritage Celebration, is that Great Britain has invested over $5 billion with a B here in the South Florida area, making it the second largest contributor to the South Florida economy in terms of foreign nations. Some 1.5 million persons of British heritage or Commonwealth heritage visit South Florida during the course of any particular year. So there is a unique connection. Surprising, isn't it? Right? Because we're so rude and obnoxious down here, and they're so staid and well-behaved. But nevertheless, they come here. Well, it's not surprising that the next person that you're going to hear from here today is going to be Roy Yates. And so Mr. Yates serves on the Florida British Council, Chamber of Commerce. And so he's one of these persons who is concerned about that $5 billion. He's concerned about the number of British nationals who are coming here every year. I still think that we should check them at the airport. How about you? No, I'm kidding. Calm down. But could you give a thunderous round of applause as Roy Yates from the Chamber comes at this time? We actually have a presentation for him, and he's also going to be able to say a few words. I just said all those things so he would have nothing to say. But put your hands together, applaud him as he comes.
Thank you.
We're going to do the proclamation first, and we're going to present it to you, and then you're going to say a few. Thank you so much for coming, you and your team. We appreciate you. We appreciate the partnership. So this is a proclamation that I'm going to chamber. It's the Black British History Month proclamation, requested by myself, and I'm going to read most of it here. Whereas the United Kingdom and the United States have shared long and intertwined history with countless individuals of African and Caribbean descent contributing to the cultural fabric of both nations. And whereas in the United Kingdom, Black History Month was first celebrated in October 1987, which was coincidentally the 150th anniversary of Caribbean emancipation, the centenary of the birth of Marcus Garvey, and the 25th anniversary of the Organization of African Unity, an institution dedicated to advancing the progress of African states. And whereas Black History Month in the UK was organized through the leadership of Ghanaian analyst Akeba Adesibo, who had served as a coordinator of special projects for the Greater London Council and created a collaboration to get it underway. And whereas UK Black History Month has evolved to be fully focused on Black British history and leading figures from British history and society, the month provides an opportunity to educate, inspire, and promote a deeper understanding of the diverse experience of Black Britons, highlighting their rich heritage, resilience, and ongoing contributions to society. And whereas it is essential to acknowledge the significant presence of over 700,000 British citizens residing in the United States, with a notable population of 400,000 in the state of Florida, including many residing in Broward County. In regards to the state of Florida's relationship with the UK, 1.5 million Britons visit Florida each year, and the UK is the second largest investor in Florida. And whereas the British American Chamber of Commerce of Broward County is dedicated to bringing recognition to British companies with operations in Broward County, supporting U.S. companies who desire to do business with or establish business operations in the United Kingdom, and provide an open forum for business development and socializing in celebration of their ties to the UK. And whereas the City of Miramar honors and celebrates the achievements of Black Britons, Black British individuals have made significant advancements in the fields of art, science, politics, education, sports, and various other domains. And now, therefore, Wayne Messon, Mayor of the City of Miramar, on behalf of myself and the rest of the Commission, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Black British Heritage Month in the City of Miramar. Is the photographer available?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Davis. Thank you for the proclamation. Absolutely superb. Thank you very much indeed. My friend to my right here mentioned that we spend about $5 billion in South Florida, and I believe most of that is spent by my wife on Amazon. And just before I start, I've got two people on our table that we didn't mention. Is there anybody else from Nottingham? So anybody else from Nottingham? There you go, you've got two there and two there. That's enough for a fight. Right. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you on behalf of myself, Roy Yates, British American Chamber of Commerce President for Broward and Palm Beach, and also on behalf of our Consul General, Rufus Drabble, who unfortunately couldn't be here this evening. Just like to say a few words, and just on the 27th of May, 1948, 75 years ago this year, a ship named the Empire Windrush sailed from Kingston Harbour, Jamaica, embarking on a journey of over 4,000 miles. At a speed of 6 knots, it would take just over a month for the vessel to arrive on the morning of the 22nd of June 1948 at Tilbury Docks on the outskirts of London. The passengers on board had reached what they all believed simply was the motherland, and history would recognise them as the Windrush generation. On board were around 1,000 passengers from the British West Indies who had been invited by the UK government to come and to rebuild the shattered remnants of country decimated in a war which had just finished 3 years before. Some on board had paid £28 for the journey, and others, like the servicemen who had fought for the British Empire in the Second World War, were given a free passage. However, what was consistent is they were all promised good jobs, housing, and simply a better life than what they had back home. Even though they were all citizens of the British Empire, the welcome in the UK was mixed. Lack of housing, issues of racism and discrimination persisted, and even though they were British, many felt like outsiders. It was a new culture, new food, and different weather to back home in the Caribbean. Even though it was still 90 degrees weather, unfortunately, that was 45 in the morning and 45 in the afternoon. Over the next couple of decades, however, communities flourished and started to grow and integrate into the UK. And the culmination of this was in 1966, when the first Notting Hill Caribbean Carnival started. Today, the festival is enjoyed by over 2 million people, with attendees from all over the country and the world. From those tough times from 1948, we now recognise icons in all areas of public life. Media and journalism, like Sir Trevor MacDonald. Fashion, like Naomi Campbell. sporting legends like Sir Garfield Sobers, footballer John Barnes, Clifford Christie, Dame Kelly Holmes, and Lewis Hamilton. Music, Joan Armatrading, Eddie Grant, Fiona Lewis, Errol Brown, Billy Ocean, Maxie Priest. And simply tonight is a celebration of the past, the present, and the future of Black British heritage. The people of the Caribbean and the United Kingdom are bound together by blood and a shared history, and are simply two branches of the same family tree. We should all remember with immense pride and gratitude those passengers who boarded the ship some 75 years ago and will forever be known in history as simply the Windrush generation. I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Yates. And isn't that interesting? And it happens every year that we have the celebration. So apparently there are going to be two people. Sorry, it's just my wife checking in. All right, I'm kidding. It's someone. Well, I was about to say there are two people that are going to be fired here this evening. One on the Black British Heritage Celebration evening is, of course, you notice our photographer, who is Hispanic. Apparently, the Vice Mayor is about to fire her. I haven't seen her since the Vice Mayor made that statement. And of course, Mr. Yates is about to be fired as a husband for what he said about his wife. So put your hands together again for him. Now, please, I am not ever serious except when I'm in the courtroom. However, I'm going to be serious at this moment for the next guest that you're going to hear from here this evening. There is a passage of scripture that says, found in Esther, the 7th chapter and the 3rd verse, the Queen Esther answered, "If I found favor with you, your majesty, and if it pleases you, grant me my life. This is my petition, and spare my people. This is my request." So today, while we're having this celebration, there's also some bit of tension taking place. You may have remembered that Esther's other name was the name Hadassah. And so our next speaker here this evening, like me, grew up in New York City. She grew up in the rich part, right, in Queens and Long Island. I grew up in the Bronx in a rat-infested one. Well, I'm just being honest with you, right? However, we're both New Yorkers. But she has served as the head of the Democratic National Committee. She is presently serving and has served valiantly for all of us in Congress for this congressional district. She is amazing, and the reason that I read this particular passage of scripture is because of the fact that she serves on the board of the Hadassah Zionist organization, which is an organization that's dedicated to bettering the lives of women. And we're celebrating sisters here today in Israel and also here in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate Black British heritage culture, could you welcome a sister to this stage who has been a friend of this community, who has always been a champion for all of us. I introduce to some and present to others the Honorable Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
It's a tall order, Judge. I don't want to start out by bringing the room down, but it is an incredibly difficult time in the world right now. And for the judge to acknowledge that, and for us to come together in the spirit of acknowledging culture and heritage and contributions, and celebrating diversity, and celebrating the contributions of people who came from another land and brought their tradition and heritage and expertise and so much rich culture to another country at a moment where we have a tremendous amount of strife across the globe, but particularly in the Middle East. It's just really special for me to be able to join you this evening. And I will say, as a member of the Jewish faith and as a member of the Jewish community, the ties between the Black and Jewish communities here in the United States have been so historically strong. In my faith tradition, there's an expression, lador v'dor, from generation to generation. And we have gone all the way back to the 30s and even earlier than that, when professors when HBCUs welcomed Jewish professors who were shunned would come to our country, but were welcomed to HBCUs to teach in those institutions. Fast forward into the 1960s, when it was Jews and Black leaders that came together to make sure that we could press forward during the Civil Rights Movement. And the importance of recognizing the contributions of Black Britons to the rich fabric and success and history of Great Britain and the United Kingdom is incredibly important, because too often people forget, or they don't think about it, or they discard, or they're not aware even the first thing about the contributions of a particular culture to a country. And that's why these cultural heritage months are so important. We have Jewish American Heritage Month here in the United States for the last 17 years. I won't ask for a show of hands how many people knew that we celebrate that in the United States in May. Because it's so important that we make sure that not only that we celebrate people long ago, but that we celebrate people here in the United States like Barack Obama. So that our generations now, of our kids from our own cultural communities, understand that their opportunities don't only come from people who they're reading about in their history books. They're continued by people who achieve success now. Kamala Harris and the 100 Great Black Britons that were recognized beginning in 2019. The Great Black Briton that I want to recognize, who is now a great American as well, is Vice Mayor Alexandra Davis, for having the leadership and the foresight to have this event for the last 5 years. And I'll close with this, Judge, because you told the story about the young man who wished to his mom that he could flip over his hair. There are so many intersections that the Jewish community and the Black community have. I can assure you that I also wished for that when I was a little girl. Flipping over this hair was never going to happen without a lot of chemicals and a lot of time where sleep was more important. So we can relate as communities on a substantive and a more superficial level. And it means so much to me to be able to represent our community, to be a friend to Alexandra Davis, to celebrate her leadership and to celebrate the contributions that Black Britons have made to the success of the United Kingdom and the success of the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Wasn't that just simply fantastic? And yes, so I've been getting a lot of texts after I said that Debbie Wasserman, the Honorable Debbie Wasserman Schultz is a sister. So maybe you don't understand. This is a Black British heritage celebration. So the reason that I quoted from Esther is because Esther was living in this area and living under a king that was known as King Artaxerxes. King Artaxerxes was in charge of an area from the sun-kissed shores of Africa all the way to the westernmost portions of India. His empire included Jews throughout that entire area. Jews who were from all of those various nationalities. In fact, today, as you look on your TV, you may have been wondering, who are these black men that you see serving in the IDF, in the military? They are what some people have called in the past fallacious Jews, but the word fallacious Jews is actually derogatory. It's like calling someone the N-word, nigger. They call themselves Beta Israel. They were flown out of Ethiopia to Israel. So when you think about people in that part of the world, you're speaking of people who look like us, right, as well as others. Do you understand? So put your hands together for this sister that came to speak today. And now I know my wife, the reason she texted me while I was trying, that already is inspiring. And she's texting right now. The reason, my wife texted me to tell me that I didn't finish the story about my son. Flipping over the here. So today my son is actually lost. And just last week, he was admitted to the bar in the state of Florida. Don't applaud him, he's an ambulance chaser. He's not serious, he was medical malpractice and tort. Horrible young man, horrible. Not like his father, wonderful person. But in any event, this is my favorite part of the ceremony. And I suspect many of you enjoy this part as well. This is the part where we get an opportunity to have a little bit of victuals, right? Some food. So we have some scones and tea and crumpets and some other things that Black British and other British would normally consume. But I'm going to ask you to do this. And this is just for the South Floridians. For the British people, you're okay, because you have dignity, aplomb, and grace. But for the South Floridians like myself, we're going to allow our honored guests. Those are the people you're all, you understand you're all honored guests, right? Just some are a little more honored than others, right? So we're gonna ask that those who are seated at the tables with that huge sign that says reserved on it, that's how you know that there's somebody. All right? We're gonna ask that you permit those people to first go and grace the table, and any crumbs that are left, the rest of us can go out. Is that okay with you? All right then. And then while you're doing that, we are going to call on a saxophonist. Now, this saxophonist is no ordinary person. In fact, he's one of the premium. Is he here? I don't know. Because I'm honest, he's Jamaican. He might not be a minister. Can I say that out loud? All right, sorry. So, of course, you know the saxophone was actually, most of you Googled it right away as I said saxophonist. And you're thinking it was created in Belgium. Wrong, right? That's why you shouldn't Google, right? The saxophone was actually developed on the continent of Africa and then transported to Europe by the Portuguese and the Dutch. Makes sense that you thought it was developed in Belgium, right? And it evolved from this musical instrument called the African xylophone that was played with a mallet, right? But today it's this amazing instrument that gives soulful vibes, right? Right? And it gives you an aura of that you're somewhere special. Is that right? All right. So while this special saxophonist comes, and I know you Jamaicans are thinking, why is he saying saxophonist? That's because I have class. I know. Melissa is looking at me. She's a TV personality. She knows that I usually say saxophonist. Right? But I understand that we have dignitaries here from different parts of England, right, as well as the United States. So I'm trying to pretend to be a decent person. So the saxophonist is going to come and is going to play this African-derived instrument for us here, while our guests at the tables marked reserved are going to be walking outside, gingerly, talking with each other, laughing about the wonderful event, and the rest of us will stay, we will listen to the saxophonist, we'll pretend our tongues aren't grumbling, and we will go out after them. Is that okay? Put your hands together for the saxophonist.
Yeah, they're gonna be going out to dinner. I'm confident that all of you really appreciate the saxophonist. If in between your vocals, give them a hand of applause. We know that some people have not yet eaten, so we're going to allow folks to continue to get served. But in the interim, what we're going to do is that we're going to show you videos so you can pay attention to the monitors on the screen behind you and in the overflow as well.
William Jones on the radio, love. As a matter of fact, believe me, you're getting on like house on fire.
Right on, brother.
That's a new exchange.
She, excuse me, Saturday, Bill.
Where are you going, Bill?
Oh, I'm just going to get my friend Eddie one of those cigars my father sent her at Christmas.
How many drinks have you had?
Test of true friendship is to be able to have an eye.
Must be friends with everybody in the street then.
Can you do me a favor? I think my headphones. It's worthless anyway.
Drama series with humor about a Caribbean family in Handsworth, England. The main character played by Norman Green was Everton Bennett. He was looked up to by people in the street in the area where he lived as someone they could turn to at times when bringing problems to.
I'm not asking for anything. But help me, Mr. Bennett. Help me, Mom.
The black audience were actually saying that people like us on television, and people can remember when their parents used to say to them, come and sit down and watch this, we're on TV. You had things that you had to deal with back then. I had a character who had rasta locks.
Any job? You could really help us if you wanted to.
BBC rasta locks looked so odd that the next time you saw them, they had a haircut.
I like it, yeah. Yes, that you want. That's it, right?
And I was part of something that I perhaps will never quite know again, because it was of its time, but also the first of its time.
Hi, good evening. Are you having a good time? Right, those of you who have been served, and we want to give a special shout out to the folks who are in the overflow room. I know they were having some difficulty earlier on with not being able to hear. So that's what happens when you don't vote for Alexander Davis. No, I'm kidding. No, not at all. Not at all. That's not the reason. But I'm told that they have repaired the audio over there, Vice Mayor. So everyone is in order here now. There is a young lady that approached me while we were trying to get her food. Her name is Dr. Reed. She's a psychologist at FIU University. And she wanted to correct me. She said I was very horrible in the things I said about my son and about attorneys who do medical malpractice and torts. So I just came before you, I'm coming before you again to apologize to all attorneys who do medical malpractice and torts. I am sure it's a very important area of legal practice, and it contributes greatly to the development of our society, both here in America and in Britain. Where's the doctor? Where's Dr. Reed? Was that good? She said I did serious trauma to my son in the way I talked about him, so I apologize for that. All right. So there, those of you who remember, and did you like the video? Right, brought back some fond memories, right? Excellent, excellent. So there was this program on the air in Jamaica. It was called This is how it was introduced. It says, the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Youth, presents music and youth. And all of us were glued to our TV, even those in England who got it streamed there, right? And it was just this totally amazing program. Well, the sound engineer for that program, and for many other programs that we viewed in our childhood years, those of you who are as old as I am, the sound engineer for that is the next voice that you're going to hear from. Not only was he the sound engineer of the Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation, he also served as a singer with this band. You may have heard of them, called the Astronauts. Ever heard of the Astronauts? Yeah, I never heard of them either. Yeah, but I know. Did I say that? All right, but then the band that you would have heard of, that he was the lead singer for, was Byron Lee and the Dragonaires, right? And now this person is no stranger to Black British Heritage Celebration events. In fact, he's one of the most sought after artists anywhere in the world. He's had 6 songs made it into the top 10 on the British music charts. In fact, one of his songs that made it to the top 10 stayed at number 3 for what some people say was an intolerable amount of time, right? And he sold over 1.5 million copies. I still have a copy of that song, still at home. I can't play it because my telephone is broken, the record player, but I'm sure it's still a very good song. Well, guess what? He's here with us tonight. Are you ready to hear from this amazing crooner? This man who has transformed reggae music, who has transformed the British charts, the American charts, the Caribbean charts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and my pleasure to present to you this evening none other than the man himself, Mr. Barry Biggs. Woo! That's a louder round of applause, you know. As you know, he's costing us quite a bit, so I'm applauding greatly. So good to see you, Barry.
Mirma, how are you doing? I can't hear you louder. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, it's an honor to be here tonight after I got my award last year. And first, I'd like to say I want to congratulate whoever is getting an award this year. But I don't want to sound like a crybaby, but last year when I went home, tears came to my eyes because I felt so honored and grateful for that award. So I want to thank the Vice Mayor, Ms. Davis, and for inviting me again to perform this year. You ready? All right. Yeah! You say to my window, I watch her and she's passing by. I say to myself, you're such a lucky guy. To have a girl like her is truly a dream come true. Out of all the minds in the world, she belongs to me. But it's just my imagination running away with me, girl. Tell you it's just my imagination running away with me. Ooh. Soon we'll be married and raise a family. Oh girl, a cold still home in the country with 2 children, maybe 3. I tell you, I envision life. is trying to think what you really don't see. But it was just my imagination. And running away with me, girl. Tell you it was just my imagination. Running away with me. Every night on my knees I pray. Dear Lord, hear my plea. Don't ever let another take her love from me, 'cause I will surely die. Heavenly, when her arms enfold me, I hear a tender rhapsody. But in reality, she doesn't even know me. Just my imagination once again. Running away with me, girl. Tell you I'm just my imagination. Running away with me. Running away, just my imagination. I'm running away with me, girl. Tell you it's just my imagination. Running away, just my imagination. Do you like that one? All right. Just my imagination. No way. Well, when I was here last year, I mentioned that a lot of people don't know that I grew up in the UK. I went to the UK when I was 15 years old. I don't want to tell you how long ago it was, but that's not where my musical career started. It was when I went back to Jamaica in 1967. And now I'm not going to get in trouble for saying this, but a lot of my singer friends in Jamaica. But Lovers Rock was never started in Jamaica, it started in the UK. That was where Lovers Rock originated, yeah? So I'll probably get crucified again. You guys ready? Yeah. 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 The night we met, I knew I needed you so. And if I had the chance, I'd never let you go. So won't you say you love me? I'll make you so proud of me. We let them turn their heads everywhere we go. So won't you be my baby? Darling, I love you. Be my baby now. Oh, I'll make you happy, baby. Just when I think for every kiss you give me, I give you free. And from the day I saw you, I have been waiting for you. You know I will let go till it's so long to be. Be my baby, darling, I love you. Be my baby now. All the days you're trying. And from the day I saw you, I have been waiting for you. You know I will till eternity don't want to be. Baby, darling, I love you. Be my baby now. Oh, 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 oh. Be my baby. Darling, I love you. Be my baby now. Be my little baby. Be my little baby. Oh yeah. Be my baby now. Be my little baby. Be my little baby. Oh yeah. Be my baby now. Thank you very much. Yeah. She's having to walk for 1 second. All right, you ready? Okay. This next song that I want to sing, there's a story behind this song. After I had my first hit song in England, the record company that I signed to, they wanted me to go back to Jamaica and do an album. But I was just started recording songs for an album that was not complete. So I had about 4 songs complete the album. So I was driving in August Street when I went back to Jamaica. Those days I never had a cell phones or nothing like that. And I heard this song playing on the radio. And to be honest, when I heard this song, I had goosebumps. And I said to myself, I've got to record this song. Now this song became my biggest hit song. So I'm gonna maybe go verse or two of this song, the way I heard it first. All right? Here we go. Step right up, before the show begins, my friend. Stand behind the tickets. I hope you will attend. It only costs you 50 cents to see. But life of the don't make you wait. See the man with the broken heart. You see that he's sad. He's hurt so bad. So bad. So bad. See the girl. She knows not feel the love she's ever had. There's got to be no sunshine to see. No doubt about it, satisfaction's guaranteed. So let the sun shine. I can hear you. Oh, yeah. Step right on in. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make it right. Let the sun shine. Nice. Nice. Can't afford to pass it by. make you cry. See the man cry. Oh, baby, so many tears. See the girl, I look to go for so many. It's more exciting than on your baby. The sun is still showing. So the sun showing. Step right away. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make it by. Sun showing. Step right away. Yeah. Yeah. And that's how I heard the song for the first time. And then I decided to do it. And this is my version. Ready? All right, let me hear you sing it. Step right away. Before the show begins, my friend, standing on the surface, I hope you will again. And all it comes to 50 cents to see what life has done to them like you. The broken heart, see that he is sad. He's hurt so bad. See the girl, she will not feel your love she never had. There's got to be no sunshine to see. No doubt about it, satisfaction's guaranteed. Ready? So, sunshine again, step right on. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make you right. The sunshine again, step right on. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make you right. See the man crying all a million years. So many tears. See the girl, she's collecting the for so many years. It's more exciting than I want my baby. The sun is really showing up. So let the sun shine. Step right on. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make it right. Step right on. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make it right. Yeah. So the sun step right in. Can't afford to pass it by. Guaranteed to make it. I'm gonna have some hands go dancing over there. Yeah. Yeah. I want to tell everybody that when you're making something. You know, all right, you know what's going on? You know, even though Cyprus was my biggest song, this song Put a stamp in the UK for me. Yeah! Even though you touch my hand, I can't believe you're real. I can't believe that your lips again. Don't let them leave no more, because I need them now for sure. I need them now for sure. Wide awake in the tree. I'm looking at you, wide awake in the tree. The sound of I've lost my life. How could I leave so? Knowing I love you so, I'm wide awake with you. Yeah, I'm in the dream. Don't let them leave no more, because I need them now for sure. I need them now for sure. Wide awake in the tree. I'm still looking at you, wide awake in the tree. The sound I want to thank everybody, thank you very much. It's a long night also. I'm not going to thank you very much. Listen, what wasn't Barry Beach amazing? No, I've never known this before. This is the first time you're going to hear the secret. There is actually a connection between myself and Barry Beats. You see, there was this lady visiting. Anybody here from London? You remember those spots? And by the way, I'm a pastor, so I don't know these spots. I've never heard of them. Called All Nation. All Nation. I'm not moves. But let me tell you, there was this lady. Her name is Margaret Teresa Susteni Della Pena, and she was visiting in England. And there was this little annoying guy in the club. She don't remember if it was All Nation or it was Night Moves.
But he kept annoying her all night, wanting to dance with her. And Barry Biggs was performing. That's all she remember. And when Barry Biggs hit the note in one of those songs, she said, although the guy was so ugly, she went into the back of his backside, she closed her eye and she said, take me. And that's how I am here today, because of Barry Biggs. So thank you so very much. Thank you, Barry. Would you like to hear an encore from Barry? An encore. Put your hands together as Barry does.
Thank you very much. Are you ready? I'm going to sing. So I'm going to be showing you that I'm ready. Yeah. Good night, my love. Pleasant dreams. Sleep tight, my love. Let tomorrow be sunny and bright. And bring closer to me, yeah. Before you go, there's just one thing I'd like to know. Is your love really wrong for me? Or like it's so cold? When you should have in the still of night, please have no fear, 'cause I'll be there. You know that I will. So put your love to me. Good night, my love. Pleasant dreams. Sit tight, my love. May tomorrow be sunny and bright. Bring you closer to me. Yeah. You should away in the still of the night. Please have no fear. Yeah, I'll be there. You know that I will. So bring your love to me. Good night, my love. Pleasant dreams. Sit tight, my love. Let tomorrow be sunny and bright. And be closer to me. Closer to me. Yeah, good night, everybody. Thank you very much. Come on, video, yeah? Thank you so very much, Barry. Really wonderful. And many a baby was born because of Barry Biggs. It's interesting because in terms of Black British Heritage Celebration, there was this doctor by the name of John Langdon Page-and-Down. You may have heard of him because there are monuments erected to him all over the United Kingdom. This doctor is the person after whom babies who are born with Down syndrome is known.
And it's interesting and sad, but in terms of the Black contribution to the progress of the British medical establishment, this doctor, who is still to this day revered, is someone who diagnosed Down syndrome, and after whom Down syndrome is named. He said it was the disease of mongoloid idiots. He actually characterized illnesses based on race. However, it wasn't until, and this was in the 1800s, it wasn't later until Black British physicians who came up through the ranks began to talk about Down syndrome. And there are so many of them in my family. My own family, my sisters, and my brothers, all and my in-laws as well, have children with Down syndrome. Iceland and Norway says that they have eradicated Down syndrome by not allowing those babies to be born. But I would regret not seeing my niece, my nephew, and all the other members of my family. And I'm glad that because of the Black British contribution to British medicine, that today we know that Down syndrome is in fact not mongoloid idiot disease, but is in fact an illness like any other illness. So put your hands together for you and what you contributed to the development of British medicine. One of the things I had to do before agreeing to MC this program, as you know, I served as the chaplain for the Federal Bureau of Investigation in another hand, because I'm Jamaican, I have a lot of jobs, right? Is that I had to promise them that whoever comes up as a comedian is going to be clean. And that person is going to give solely clean jokes that are going to be decent, and that everyone is going to enjoy, because as you know, it's being streamed, there are little children watching at home. And so Dr. Reed told me I shouldn't have said anything about my mother. I was kidding. I'm so sorry. I apologize to my mom and my entire family. I got so many texts when I got off the stage earlier. But this next person that you're going to hear from, she's a comedian extraordinaire. Natasha Naomi Calloway is one of those persons who is an MC in her own right. She's a motivational speaker. But the thing that she does best is that she has this uncanny ability to connect with people of diverse backgrounds and make you feel as if you have known her for years. She is, I'm told, is what you people say, because I'm a Christian, hella funny. Put your hands together as Natasha Calloway comes to entertain us this evening.
Thank you very much. Y'all give it up for the judge. He don't get cut up. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna follow this man, because he's been acting up the whole night, right? My name is Natasha Naomi Calloway. I want you guys to give a round of applause to Vice Mayor Davis, please. Thank you for inviting me. I just want to let y'all know that I'm regular Black. I ain't from nobody island. I don't have no descendants in the UK. We ain't British. I'm probably gonna try to speak Patois tonight. He's gonna be offended. I'm just gonna get that out of the way. Because I don't really know what I'm doing. I just, you know, like I said, I'm regular Black. My descendants eat chitlins, is what I'm trying to say. They eat chitlins. Yeah, chitlins, like cookie noodles. I don't know why we cook them. You always have that one person, I don't know if y'all have American friends, and their mom be like, oh, my chitlins don't stink. Yes, ma'am, they do. They do. I promise you they do. You do, they nasty. But I don't personally eat chitlins. I'm just letting y'all know that's where I come from. That's where I come from. Mr. Barrett, he was singing. I was waiting on the note for the song. You know, step right on in. He gave me the note. I'm gonna have to go over there and talk to him. But he gave a wonderful performance. I have friends. All my life I've had friends from Caribbean islands. And I just figured a long time ago not to mess with these people. Just don't do it. One of my best friends is Jamaican, and her mom is Jamaican. Now, there's a difference. There's a difference between Jamaican and Jamaican. My friend, who's Jamaican, she still went to American clubs with me. Her mama, who is Jamaican, go outside and cut fruits off the tree with a machete. I'm like, I think this is overkill. You just gotta pick that orange, ma'am. You don't need that big knife. You know, what are we doing? I don't understand. Her mama, anybody that can take boiling hot tea straight back to the throat without doing it, they Jamaican, and I don't think you should mess with them at all. I mean, it's not even a little bit. Anybody that knows about putting quarters in the back of a TV, they old school. They might not be only Jamaican, but they old. You don't even mess with them. You know what kind of patience them type of people have? You gotta put coins in the back of your TV for it to work, and if you run out of money, the TV just cut off. Something psychologically gotta be wrong with those people because you was okay. You just moved on with your day. You know how frustrated I would be if I'm in the middle of watching Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, TV just go off. I'm not okay. They made it. My friend mom is Jamaican. I saw her chase my friend. I'm walking up the street to go hang out with my homegirl. I see her and her three brothers standing at the bottom of the driveway. She be like this. I'm like, what's going on? I look in the driveway. Her mom got a chair. Now you know y'all got the heavy furniture, like that Roman furniture. Like somebody made this chair out of pure wood in the backyard furniture. She picked it up with one hand and had it over her head. She said, "No, run!" I went, "Whoa, what's happening?" She was like, "Don't come back. You can't tell me. Don't come right now. I'm not going up there. I'm going back to my house. Well, we got wicker chairs. We got light furniture. I don't want nothing to do with this." Jamaican kids are different. I was at a pool. The little boy jumped in the water, and I was like, "I don't know if you can swim." I was like, "Hey, baby, be careful." He came out the water sounding like Boozle. You're like, "What y'all talk to me for?" I'm like, "Yo, sir, you are 7. Why do you have so much girth in your throat? Why are you so wrong?" You know what I mean? He was like, "Y'all talk to me," and he stepped back. Now, you know Jamaicans. When they about to hurt you, they stand back, like on his back, right leg, the right shoulder drop, and out of nowhere come a bottle. This kid, 7 years old, a Guinness bottle just slid down his arm. I said, "I don't know where you got that from, young man, but I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the house because you Jamaican. One time she was making cow tongue. Cow tongue. Ma'am, I'm American. You just don't take the lid off the pot and say, "Tasha, you want some?" Whose tongue is that? How long has it been here? Did you pick this out on purpose? Is this a warning shot? Should I be afraid? Why? Caribbean people are different. Whatever happens to you as a kid, they'll nickname you that, and you gotta live with that for the rest of your life. My friend had a brother named Bumpy. Now Bumpy was a grown behind man. He was 42 years old. Still call this boy Bumpy. Know why they call him Bumpy? He had bad acne when he was 17. Why you call the man Bumpy? He a grown man. We said, "Hey Bumpy," he come. Another one, her other brother, his nickname was Humpy. His nickname was Humpy because he walked with a little arch in his back. So he had like a little hatch. They called him, it was a humpback. So they called him Humpy. I felt like that was disrespectful. You understand? That's not cool. Her uncle tell her brother, "Get off of that ledge, because if you fall and hurt your foot, I don't want you to come running to me." Well, if he fall and hurt his foot, he's not really gonna be able to come running to you. What are we doing? They call him Cripple Boy to this day. I'm like, that's not nice. But no, I love everybody. I love everyone. I feel like the thing that unites us is love, laughter, and music, right? I almost said amen. We'll see you will come out. Like, amen, we're not going. But no, love, laughter, and music brings us all together. How many people here have children? You love your children. I love my children too, but I don't like them. I don't like them. Especially the little one. She's 6. If I would have had her first, she would have been the only child. She's so rude. Just disrespectful for no reason. I raised this girl to be a very nice young lady. And if you see her, you be like, oh, she's so cute. But beware, okay? Beware, because she's rude. Matter of fact, I only take evening events because I know her melatonin works so. I want to make sure she sleeps before I get back home. I don't want to take no daytime events. If you have an event, Vice Mayor, that starts at noon, don't call me. Because I don't want her to be wide open when I get home. You understand? Let her daddy deal with that. This little girl asked me the weirdest question. The other day she said, hey, Mama, what blood type is Jesus? What? Why are you asking about anyone's blood type? What do you mean? Well, what blood type is Jesus? I said, well, Kaylee. Okay, I named her Kaylee because on paper, I don't want nobody to see her coming. You understand what I'm saying? Kaylee Adams. I don't want nobody to see Jaconda and then discriminate against my child. So I said, Kaylee, I have to explain that to you later. And she was thinking about it. Her face was all, she was like, what is it? Mommy, don't. We go downstairs, catch the bus in the morning. She looks up at me. She said, Mommy, do you know anything about Jesus? Wait a minute. Yes, ma'am, I do. She said, because every time I ask you a question, you tell me you're going to have to let me know later on so I can figure it out. She rude. She rude. I was getting ready to go out somewhere. She walks in the bathroom. She said, Mommy, why your wiggle wobbles hanging to your belly button? First of all, I don't give my body parts nicknames. Second of all, you wait, your turn will come. And thirdly, I fed you and your brother with these wiggle wobbles, and that's why they stand where they stand now. You mind your business. You don't understand what women go through. Fellas, if you give a lady a hug, all of us might feel like an action figure right now because we got on our Spanx or something. Or we feel like the Avengers. You understand what I'm saying? Some of us not laughing right now because if we do it too hard. My God, today. There'll be a blowout in here. We don't want those troubles. We don't want those problems. But we do what we need to do to get it all together and come out here and look cute. And men be like, oh, y'all only do that for other women. No, we do it for ourselves. My husband asked me, he said, well, why you wear shoes that hurt your feet? Duh, they match the outfit. What's wrong with you? Why you ask such like, but that don't make no sense. Well, what you need to do is park car closer so we don't have to have this argument. Don't tell me. Ladies, you know how we have those shoes that are only good to get in the car? Drive to your destination, get out of the car, walk to your table, sit down the whole night, get back up, get in your car and go home? Yeah. Them shoes right there, ain't no fellowship. Ain't no dancing. Ladies, get on the dance floor. No, sir. No, sir, I bet I won't. I bet I won't go out there right now. No, I'm not gonna do it. Because when I walked in here, I was walking like this, and when I walk out, I'm only gonna be walking like this. I'm not gonna change nothing. Pinky toe being cut like a hostage. You need those struggles. My husband said, won't you take your shoes off? Excuse me, because my toes gonna swell up. If I take my shoes off here, my feet gonna swell up. I can't put them back on when I'm trying to go to my car, and then people gonna be thinking I'm ratchet. So just park the car closer. It's more of a story. They don't be listening. You see these men ain't listening here right now. They're like, oh, she tripping. No, as a matter of fact, fellas, if we walked around with shoes that were actually comfortable, most of y'all will be like, you know what I mean? The comfortable shoes are not really cute. They're not. No, you gotta wear the shoes, and when you take them off at the house, you be like, thank you, Jesus. You exhale, your toes exhale. You understand? You know what I mean? It's hard right here. I was looking into doing a tummy tuck, right? Because I'm being harassed at my house. I was looking to do a tummy tuck, but I was like, let me see if I can get it done under the insurance, right? I went to this doctor. He said, yeah, we probably can do it for you under your insurance. You won't have to pay anything. I was like, all right, cool. He said, only thing is, you're going to lose your belly button. Well, how am I going to lose my belly button if you're going to remove it and flatten my stomach? You can put it back where you found it. Why am I losing it? He said, well, this surgery, if it's free, we can't put it back. I'm like, you know what? Whatever. I haven't used that belly button since 76. I don't care if you take that belly button and put it on the side of my forehead. You can put that belly button in that box that my mama got out the house with a lock of my hair, cover my baby teeth, my umbilical cord. I don't know why they keep that stuff. You know, building the baby later, you put roots on these ladies. What is that for? It's strange. Fellas, when you was a baby, if the doctor went down there and snipped off a little piece of your no-no square when you was a baby, she got that in the jar too. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing over there. So I went back to the doctor and I checked. I said, so sir, can you do this for free? He said, no, you got to pay out of pocket. Just for, curiosity sake. I said, how much it's gonna cost? He said, $32,000. I was like, skirt! I'm gonna go ahead and go back to my house with my stomachs because they ain't did nothing wrong to me. We've been together for a very long time. It don't make no sense to separate now. You know what I mean? That's very rude. I'm gonna take these home and I'm gonna be fine. $30-something thousand. Getting dressed again. The little girl came around the corner. She said, Mommy, ladies are supposed to be shaped like the number 8. You're shaped like the letter B. And then she said, B is for big. For big. What? I said, this girl did not just cheer on me. But I know what happened though, because during the pandemic, I kind of let myself go. How many people kind of chilled out during the pandemic? You didn't really do too much, working out, watching what you was eating. Well, I was on the couch with little Debbie eating honey buns, and I turned into Big Deborah. And as Big Deborah, she realized that my stomachs had grown, and she was like, "Why you got 2 stomachs?" I said, "Because I got 2 kids. That's what happened." So. As it stands right now, my daughter thinks if she has more than 2 kids, she's gonna have that many bellies. You have 5 kids, you're gonna have 5 stomachs. That's what's gonna happen when you get older. So I was like, well, I need to do something about this, right? Because I don't want to get too up in age and then try to lose the weight because it gets harder the older you get. And right now, sometimes when I bend my knees, they sound like some brakes on a truck. The decompression, and I'm like, I don't need to get no heavier than this, have some problems, I don't want to do this, right? So I said I need to work on some stuff, but I wasn't really depressed about it. The thing that really threw the house off was, during that time, I had let my beard grow out a little bit, and I was chilling. Just hanging out. And I knew it became a real problem when my husband looked at me and he was like, "Hey, bro." He said, "You gonna handle that?" I was like, "Wow. If I love me, you should love me." He was like, "I did not marry him." I was like, "Whoa." You just choose a lot. That's what we're doing. So I said, I'm gonna ask Kaylee. I don't know why I said I'm gonna ask her. I don't like her. I said, "Kaylee, how does mommy look?" She said, "You look fine, Uncle Tasha." So, okay, I don't even know, whatever. I'm gonna go talk to my son and whom I will please. My son's name is Kennedy. Again, Kennedy, on paper, can't see him coming. You know what I'm saying? I said, "Hey, Kenny, how does mommy look?" He said, "You're a very handsome lady." Whole house disrespect. Whole house disrespect. I said, "Well, whatever. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start working out." And I did the meal plan that we do when we work out. It's grilled chicken and broccoli. You know what I mean? It's a little boring, but you do grilled chicken and broccoli because you think that's what you should do. Have some salads or whatever. But I don't want to make salads because I make salads very unhealthy. They got way too much ranch dressing on them. I done put 5 kinds of meats, boiled some eggs, and got bacon bits. That is no longer healthy. Black people, I want y'all to know this. That is not a healthy salad, okay? At that point, when you put all that stuff on the salad, you just got lettuce be in your plate, okay? That's it, don't do that. But I said, I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna do what I need to do. I'm gonna go walking, right? Because I don't run. I only run if something chasing me. It don't make no sense. I got too much equipment. I'm not gonna be out there jogging, pop myself in the eyeball. No. I'm not doing it. Not necessary. I already told y'all how my knees be cutting up, so I'm not gonna do it. So I go outside 4 a.m. in the morning. Y'all know what 4 a.m. in the morning is? All right, 4 a.m. in the morning, I go outside before the sun really come up. It's nice and cool. I should be by myself. This little skinny chick gonna run past me. She's like, you should run. It's invigorating. You should mind business. It's deliberating. Come on. Kept walking. I don't like people encouraging me that I don't know you. Don't try to encourage me because I feel like you're picking on me. I'm walking down the sidewalk. This lady watering her plants. You can do it. You can go back in your house and mind your business. Matter of fact, bring me some water on the way back because I know I'm gonna be wheezing. I kept walking. I said, let me pick it up a little bit. I said, I want to, get a little heart rate up. I started walking a little faster. I started hearing this clapping sound. I started hearing this. Now, I'm Black, so I ain't turn around. I didn't want to turn around and get the shake. In the horror movies, we be the first one to die. So I didn't want that to be my story. I said, I can't die out here like this, Lord. And I only got 5 feet to run to me. So I'm just gonna walk up a little faster. So I started walking up a little faster. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. Let me run my 5 feet. Started running. Couldn't run no more, so I stopped. When I stopped, the clapper stopped. What had happened was, I forgot to put on my undergarment. So my back fat was clapping and my wiggle wobble was hitting my stomach. Basically, I was giving myself a round of applause. I was so ashamed. I just walked back home and ate some grilled chicken and broccoli, and I chased it with a honey bun. I'm tired of people embarrassing me. I'm tired of my household talking bad about me. I always like, it could be worse. I told my daughter one day, Mommy, you need to look like this as a lady. I said, Kaylee, it could be worse. She was like, yeah, but it's not. Like, who are you? I was gonna ask a question a particular way, but I'm gonna behave myself. How many people encountered homeless people before? Yeah, I have, on the corner of Sunrise Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale, 31st, they be out there. You ever had this guy rock trot up to your car? Hey, little lady. Hey, you got about 50 cents so I can get something to eat? Sir, if you can get something to eat for 50 cents, you need to let me know where we going. Because clearly I'm visiting the wrong establishment. Come on now, you ain't gotta be like that. Let me hold something. No, you hold on to the word of God. That's what you need. I'm out of here. I ain't got time. You can't say that every person is not in a living situation or living quarters or homeless. You can't say they all on drugs, but you can tell that they influenced by drugs. Anybody ever been offered homemade cookies by a homeless man? Just me? I was waiting for the train one day, and this homeless dude walked up to me and asked me if I wanted some homemade cookies. And he stared at me until it got uncomfortable. He was like, I got some homemade cookies. Yo, lost and walked off. I'm like, sir, I don't want none of those. Where do you get the ingredients from? How you made those? You are missing the main thing you need for homemade cookies. It's a home. You don't have it. them cookies. They work for cheap labor though. I needed to move, right, from Pompano to Lauderdale. Moving on up. It was kind of a lateral movement, if you will. I needed to move to Lauderdale, so I said, you know what? I can't really afford a mover. Let me figure out what I'm gonna do. And out of nowhere, homeless dude just dropped out of the sky. I was like, wow. He said, hey, you need to move, you need to move, you need to move. I was like, yes, I need to move. Why you on repeat? He said, I can move all your stuff for you. Let me get at least about $12. I said, what? I want to make sure I heard him. He said, let me get at least about $12. I was like, true, but I don't know you, so I'm gonna give you 6 up front. And I'm gonna give you your other 6 when I get to my house. He was like, cool, I'm gonna put your stuff on my bicycle. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put it right on the handlebar. I'm gonna get you over to Lauderdale, no problem. I said, all right, cool. This man put 2 bedroom sets, a whatnot stand, the junk drawer contents, my kids' toys, a goldfish that wasn't even mine. Took the big boy, brought the little girl on the back was on 95 kittens. I said, what? This man got all my stuff to my house with no problem. He said, all right, little lady, I got all your stuff at your house. Let me get that other $6. I said, look, man, all I got is $10. I can't give you this full 10 because I said I paid you 12. You got $4? He was like, no, but I'm good for it. I said, no, you're not. If you ain't got no change, you want to go get $10, give me the other 6 back. He's like, I tell you what, let me get that 10, and I'll give you these homemade cookies. I'm Natasha Naomi Calloway, you guys. Thank you very much. Follow me on Calloway Comedy.
Wasn't she totally awesome and clean? Right? You can go to church tomorrow without having to repent. But Ms. Calloway, I maybe forgot to tell you what the event was. This is the Black British Heritage Award. And let me tell you, the 3 most important takeaways that I got from her presentation is that Black children can't swim, that Black Jamaicans are violent and they will attack anyone with a glass bottle, and that all Black women won't wear the right size shoes, and they need pants to look like a number 8. Thank you so very much, Ms. Calloway, for Black contributions to Britain. It's interesting. One of the things that you may not know, and we're going to call on Vice Mayor Alexandra Davis to come at this time, because this is the most important part of the ceremony. But did you know that over 600,000 Africans were recruited to serve in the British military in World War II, and including from the Caribbean and the 54 nations now on the continent of Africa? And that over 150,000 American troops also served in World War II alongside the British. With respect to the 600,000 Africans who served in the British military, they weren't paid according to their rank or the branch of the military in which they served. They were actually paid according to their race. And so a Black person serving in the British military in World War II would have been paid 1/3 of the salary of his Caucasian counterpart serving in the British military in World War II. It led to so many of them ending up in poverty. And in fact, one of the exciting things that we all love to do as British folks is to go to the pub. Well, those 150,000 American Black soldiers who served alongside their brethren in Britain in World War II, they weren't allowed to go to the pubs. The pubs were segregated for them. However, here is some good news, because we've come a very long way. And the next person that we're going to honor tonight, and we're calling on Vice Mayor Alexandra Davis to come, is actually a person who has the most excellent order of the British Empire. How far we've come since those days in World War II. Put your hands together for the great contributions of Blacks. In 1972,
there was this organization called Teachers Against Racism. And this organization called Teachers Against Racism in Britain decided to take a look at a book that Americans had taken a look at critically for many years. It's a book that had been in circulation for almost 70 years by that time, called The Black Sambo. And they started to ask the question about whether or not that was a good thing to portray. And did you know that The Black Sambo in 1972 in Britain was a reference to not only Black people, but it was a reference to Pakistanis and Indians living in Britain. But our first honoree this evening is receiving an award for outstanding art and entertainment. She is amazing because she has been a transformative figure that has changed the way we look at arts and entertainment in Great Britain because of her contribution. So that 1972 is no longer a seminal year for us. She's known as the Queen of Lovers Rock. She's a UK award-winning reggae artist, an actress, songwriter, creative and entrepreneur, and was listed in King Charles III Honours List for 2023. She received the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire for her services to music. In 1979, Janet made history by becoming the first British-born Black female reggae artist to have a #1 on the British pop charts. Janet's songwriting prowess became evident on the release of her first album, Capricorn Woman. The album was and still is a bestseller. All the songs except 2 were penned by Janet Kay. Ladies and gentlemen, could you give a thunderous round of applause to our first honoree today, Janet Kay, Most Excellent Order of the British Empire.
Should I dare come up to you and say, how do you do? Will you turn me away? Your eyes must have blame, 'cause I know you feel the same. I can see it. This one's yours. Oh my goodness. Wow. You guys are absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, so I've got something that's written down, so I'm just gonna read this. Right? So good evening. Vice Mayor Alexandra Davis, ladies and gentlemen. I would first like to thank the Almighty for blessing us with life that we can gather here today on this beautiful occasion. I would also like to thank the organisers for flying me and my partner Victor all the way to be present with you this evening for this prestigious award ceremony. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. You know me as Janet Kay. However, my full name is Janet Kay Vogel, and I am the proud great-great-granddaughter of one of Jamaica's 7 national heroes. When I began my musical journey over 46 years ago, I didn't dream that within my first 2 years, I would have 5 consecutive #1s in the British reggae charts, as well as topping the British pop charts in 1979, and appearing on Top of the Pops, Britain's #1 chart show that those of us born in the late 50s and 60s in the UK used to watch that religiously on television. I didn't imagine that I would be listed in the Music Guinness Book of Records as the first British black-born female reggae artist to reach the top of the British pop chart with the song Silly Days. In my wildest dreams, I didn't imagine I would have had a #1 record in Japan in 1991 with my version of Minnie Riperton's Loving You, which also was my first song I ever recorded back in 1977 for the late, great Alton Ellis. It nearly didn't happen because when Alton asked me to record this track, I was so excited. I went home and I spoke to my parents and I said, "Can I go to the studio to do this tune? This man's asked me to come to the studio to record." They said, "No, you're not going anywhere. We don't know this man." And you know, I had to beg for about 2 weeks, and in the end, Alton had to come to my family home to ask my dad's permission if I could go to the studio with him. Let me tell you, Daddy made sure that even Alton Ellis couldn't run with him down. I was signed to Sony Music for around 12 years and recorded 6 albums for them. I've been extremely blessed to have worked with some wonderfully talented musicians. One in particular, the late great Drummy Zed from Aswad, and also to have been produced by some magnificent individuals, including Alton Ellis, Sugar Minor, Jackie Mitsu, Sly and Robbie, Omar, Drummy Zed and Tony Gadd from Aswad, and Dennis Bovell, who also wrote Silly Games, to name but a few. And also, I'd like to introduce you to a gentleman in the audience, Mr. Victor Romero Evans, actor, singer, songwriter, who's been by my side for the last 35 years. Victor starred in 2 Black British movies, Babylon and Burning an Illusion. I'm responsible for introducing me into the world of theatre and television. We were both members of a theatre company called the Black Theatre Cooperative, who toured plays extensively around the UK and Europe, and later went on to create the cult comedy series No Problem in the early 70s, and we both starred in. Thank you, Victor, for your unconditional love and support. Thank you. I'm letting you all know this because this award is as much theirs as it is mine. In the words of Dennis Emmanuel Brown, in the words of Dennis Emmanuel Brown, no man is an island. So I would like to thank you all the musicians, the producers, and more importantly, appreciation goes out to all of you, all of my friends, my fans around the world. I know it's a cliche, but if it wasn't for you, I would not be here. So big up yourselves, and big up to our ancestors, for without them, we wouldn't be here. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Our next award, recipient. You remember that song? I love my house, I love my car, I love my money and thing. Hoes I want, I love my brownie. Well, her name is actually, her first name is a cognate first name, right? The first part of that name means, out of the Welsh, means fair. And the second part of her first name means ring, is fair ring. Or in America, we just call them red bones, right? But what's important about this person is not the color of her skin. Because she serves as the founder and CEO of this not-for-profit called She's Hope LA. She's Hope LA is a not-for-profit foundation that gives employment opportunities, mentoring, advice, and development. I'm so sorry. To single women. To single women. That's what happened. You go off script and throwing out. You may remember her from that famous television show that you used to watch while you were eating cheese tricks. The Price is Right. Remember The Price is Right? Right. In fact, she won the accolade of being the longest serving African American on that show. She's born, however, in Bath, England. And she is the recipient of our Outstanding Television and Media Award. She's an accomplished young woman who everyone looks up to, not only because of the things that she's done in the short period of time she's been here on the face of the earth, but also because she stands resolute and correct in doing that which is righteous on behalf of Blacks, and doing great things for Blacks in Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, could you put your hands together as Gwendolyn, our fair ring, Osborne comes to receive her award.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you so very much. I am like stunned to be receiving this award and just feel so grateful to be in a room full of stunning people. I've seen all of you tonight and you look amazing. Please give yourselves a round of applause for being here. So, quite tall. It's okay. Okay, so I wanted to say that I don't know if it's the British in me. We can all think about this, but when I did hear that I got this accolade for being the longest running woman of color on a daytime game show. It might be the longest running name for having an accolade too, but I wasn't really, I didn't take it in. And then I just read it and I was like, that's nice. And then I was like, I don't know what you do with that, but I'm gonna use it to help other women. I was a teen mom, so I have a 27-year-old now who's working in the acting business as well. And yeah, I have 3 kids actually, so. I got a call from Jacqueline Adamson, and she said, out of the blue, the city of Miramar would like to give you this award for what you've done. You have an accolade. And I was like, I do. You're so right. And you're going to give me an award? Okay. Great. And I just took it in and I was like, well, I want to research this because I want to really see how I'm receiving this award. Like, what does this really mean? And so I did my research. I am Jamaican and English. My mom is Jamaican. My father's British, and I was born in Bath, England. And I really want to see if there's anybody that's from the southwest of England, because we never asked. Yay, there's my two people. I know Londoners are cool. We always, in Bath, we used to grow up trying to sound like Londoners. Yeah, and so I found out that in Jamaica, there are 2.2 million people. In England and Wales, there are just over 55 million people. And in America, there's 333 million people. So I said, you know what, I am amongst the 4% of Blacks, Black British, Caribbean, and Africans. We are here amongst the 4% out of the England and Wales. And that is how I then said, I'm going to receive my flowers from the city of Miramar. Thank you very much. I feel seen. I also want to give some flowers to the family members that I have. I come from a very powerful lineage of women. And my mother is here, and Maureen Osborne, she's been a nurse for over 30 years in Florida. Before that, she was a midwife in England. I grew up watching her. But she was a midwife, fully accredited, educated, and came to America where it was not seen. And I watched her go from the bottom, cleaning floors and people and stuff. So she said, I'm going back to school, I'm gonna get exactly what I had in England again. And knowing that she did that, now she has, I don't know, 2 degrees, and became this charge head nurse here in America. People ask me, how do I have the power and strength to do what I do today? Well, that's one of my reasons why. My Aunt Gwendolyn Marks is here. She was also a head nurse, yes, for another 35 years here in Florida. My Auntie Arlene, who was in education for over 30 years, is here. My brother-in-law stood by my side and been with my sister for over 25 years. And he is an attorney here in your city, so you can call on him anytime, Chester McLeod. And last but not least, my sister Judith McLeod, who is my older sister, and the reason why I do what I do today is because we would dance in the living room to fame, pressing rewind over and over again. And she is also an elementary school teacher for the last 25 years here, and still serves as the director of dance at Coral Cove Elementary. Judith McLeod. So I just want to say, a lot of people ask me, why did I retire from The Price is Right? I was on there for 12 years, and it was a good gig. It was fun, it was nice, and I was seen, and I was looked at, and that was nice. But I have a lot to say, as you can see. And it was time for me to be heard. And my intuition said, you know what, girl, you go. One life. Get back out there and do what you were meant to do. And so within that, I got tapped on the shoulder while taking care of myself, my mind, my body, my spirit, my wellness. I got tapped on the shoulder by the director of Wonder Woman 1984, and that was Patty Jenkins. And she said, you know what? There's something about you. I was at an event, and I've been watching you. There's a sense of power about you that I don't see in a lot of people. And I want you to be featured in my next movie, Wonder Woman 1984. And I said, you better not be joking, girl, because I'm ready. She wasn't joking, but I still had to earn my part. Ironically, I had to go back to London to take that. I had to train for 3 months. Then I was 40 years old. I was out there with 9 other women that were the same age as my child, and she was 22 at the time. But I couldn't go home. I mean, I was home in London, but I couldn't go back home to America. I was like, I'm not going home. I'm gonna train, I'm gonna do this. And let me tell you, Lord God, me have to tip the bath every night. Put the things in there and sit down and soak for hours, you know what I mean? And leave, walking to the tube station in the morning. I was so sore. But then I would get back onto Warner Brothers lot and I'd be like, I'm ready. I'm an Amazon. I mean, that's what you gotta do. I conquered fears of heights because I had to. I wasn't going home. And my children came during that time. I was actually, up on a harness. I was 3 stories up in the air, and I had to jump. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but we have to jump 3 stories in the air on harnesses. And they watched me conquer my fears, and that was so important for me to have my children see. But when I got back to America after doing that, it was basically a resurgence of my career, of myself, of everything. And it gave me all I needed to start everything again. Since then, I've gone on to do many soap operas that you like, Young and the Restless, Bold and the Beautiful, General Hospital. Yeah. I just shot 3 short films that I've been the lead in, and they all won awards this year. Thankfully, while we've been in this strike, I've been getting some good news. And I also am now powerful lead as a lead actress coming out this winter in a film called Iceman. So I'm out here now being heard. I'm giving back and inspiring our youth and letting them know that it doesn't matter where you're from, even if it is just 2 other people in Bath. You can do this. You can make it. So I can tell you anything tonight. I can leave you with anything. It would be to just have acknowledgement of your own success. Listen to your own intuition and move forward with your intentions, because we only have this one life. We only have this one moment, you guys, and we have to make the most of it. And I'm telling you right now, this 46-year-old mom, actor, entrepreneur is just getting started. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wasn't she just simply fantastic? And it just goes to show, that my wife is also from Bath. And you know what they say? Bath don't crack. No. I can't remember. All right. Now, and you heard her say that her mother was a midwife, right? So one of the things that midwives do whenever the children are being born, and the parents say this little one is going to be a lawyer, they try to push them back in, right? Because you know that the only good lawyer is a dead lawyer. Well, our next, I'm a lawyer, I can say that, right? Our next honoree this evening is receiving the Outstanding Corporate Citizen Award. It sounds a little ironic, right, to give a lawyer Outstanding Corporate Citizen, but this, thank you, right? But this lawyer is no ordinary lawyer. You see, she's someone who migrated from England to the United States, understanding that she'd have to go back to school and re-study in law school again in order for her to practice in the United States. And she didn't do it because she was expecting to earn untold amounts of money from the practice of law. She did it because she was interested in serving with the Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County. She was interested in helping the persons who are the least in our society, those persons who have a non-regularized status to become residents and citizens of these United States. This British-born national is amazing because she's a unique attorney who received the Equal Justice Works Fellowship Award. This award recipient is a fierce advocate for her clients in and outside of the courtrooms and within the community. The immigration legal practice has never had a more fierce defender of persons than our next award recipient. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not often that I can say this about an attorney, but this attorney is truly deserving of the Outstanding Corporate Citizen Award. Could you put your hands together for none other than J. Samantha Basiana Esquire.
I've been telling him not to do it. Yeah. Wow, I'm just gonna go there.
Wow. I've never been to the Oscars or the Emmys or anything like that, so I feel like doing, thank you, Mom, thank you, God, okay. Good evening, everyone. May it please report. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you, Vice Mayor, for giving me this award, for thinking of me. This little Black girl from the East End of London is standing here before you today as a proud recipient of the Corporate Citizenship Award. This award is really spectacular because what this award says is that the city of Miramar has looked at my work and looked at my record at serving my community and said, you are deserving. And that means a lot to me, especially coming from the people who I treasure a lot, my heritage, my Black, British, Jamaican heritage. Thank you, yes. Before I go on, I don't want to forget, because, you know, old age is kicking in and all that, but I don't want to forget to give recognition to the man who stole my heart 30-something years ago and has kept it ever since. He stole my heart and gave me his name. Difficult name to pronounce. Please give it up for my husband, Gary Vaciana. And by the way, Vaciana. But I'm trying to be, you know. Okay, and also to the two young people who allowed me to be their mom, and one of whom has given me a granddaughter. I want to say thank you to my children for allowing me to be your mom, Brianna Jackson, Mrs. Brianna Jackson, if you please, and my son, Antoine Vaciana. These people are special to me, and I want to recognize them because I would not be here today if it was not for them. I'm going to try to keep it short, but I think it's important when you talk about corporate citizenship to talk about where I'm from. I came to the United States at 16 years old. When I went to my, I don't remember what they call them back in England, but it would be like an advisor, the guidance counselor. I said, listen, you know, I've seen this case called Brown versus the Board of Education. And I studied that case in social studies, and I want to be Thurgood Marshall. I want to be that person. And she said, oh dear, I'm so sorry. The best thing for you to do is go be a secretary, be a legal secretary. And I did go be a legal secretary. I went to Redbridge College. I got a degree in legal secretary, and I came to the United States. And my trajectory went a different way. I started working in banking, and then went into management in academia and ended up working at a university. But that passion for the law never went away. And while at a university working in student affairs and judicial affairs, my passion came back for the law. And I got up one morning, and God bless my mom, God rest her soul, she's always been my biggest supporter. I said, I'm going to law school. And she said, yeah, it's about time. And so I went to the great University of Florida, all the gators in the house. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, chop chop. I went to the great University of Florida. I earned my bachelor's and master's from Florida Atlantic University. Go Owls! I'll never forget them. All the Owls in the house. I earned my bachelor's and master's there, and then earned my Juris Doctor cum laude. Well, a mom of 3 children at the great University of Florida. Thank you. And so I graduated from UF. I came back to South Florida, and I had the opportunity, as the judge told you guys, I had the honor of receiving an Equal Justice Works Fellowship, which led me into representing victims of domestic violence, helping them with their immigration issues, getting their documents through immigration issues. Fast forward, I have spent the last 10 years, longer than that, I think, representing people charged with crimes. I represent those people in society that no one else likes. I represent murderers, I represent people who steal, but you know what? We signed a constitution that says every person has the right to legal counsel. And so I stand proud, I stand on that constitution because I believe in it. At the same time, I work very hard in my community. I work in my community, I own my own firm. I go around and I teach about estate planning. I teach about elder law. I teach about victim abuse. I teach about as much knowledge as I can possibly give. So when I stand up here today and I receive this award for corporate citizenship, the one thing I say is that to whom much is given, much is required. I have been given much and I continue to give back and will continue to give back into my community. I thank you so much for this honor. You can't imagine how much it means to me. You know, sometimes you receive awards from different groups, and I have, and I'm grateful, but this means a lot to me because all of you all have been where I am and are joining me on this journey. I want to thank you again, the City of Miramar and Vice Mayor Davis. Thank you.
How do you follow that? Well, she did say she represents people who steal, pillage, and rob. So this might be, no, I'm serious. So this might be an important point for me to stop. There is one of your fellow guests here tonight. It's not one of your clients, I'm sure, unless you see them here. But there is a guest here this evening, a very nice lady from Upper St. Andrew. I won't point her out, right? But she's wearing a lot of very expensive jewelry. She brought, I'm serious, she brought one of her antique pieces here this evening. It's a gold bracelet with, it's rose stones, with rose stones in it. I'm intentionally not looking at her because I don't want to give her away. Because I know some of you British people like to beg. So, but if you see that bracelet with the stone, I'm serious, she really lost it here. And it's probably in the pockets of one of Ms. Bastiana's friends. But you can come up to me and turn it in anonymously. Nothing is gonna happen to you. I'm just gonna return the bracelet. I'm serious. Because this is what we give back to Britain, not what we take, okay? Different program. All right. You know how most British people and Jamaicans say that they're from Kingston? But this next award recipient is not, doesn't say that about herself. In fact, she was very clear when she left Britain and she returned to Jamaica, she went to the country. In fact, to a parish that no one really comes from or goes to, the parish of Hanover. Now, in all my years, I've only been to Hanover maybe one time, and it was by accident. But our next award recipient, she moved there at age 10, so she moved there against her will, so don't hold it against her. She was born at the King's College Hospital in Denmark Hill and migrated with her parents to Hanover. She changed her career focus in 1997 to education and accepted the position of a lecturer at the Montego Bay Community College, lecturing in business and finance. She has since taught at various levels in Jamaica and the United States, and presently, you can tell she actually does love her people because she's a teacher at Coral Springs Charter Schools. That's one of the worst schools here. No, it's not. She has been a proud member of the Kiwanis Club of Lauderdale Lakes for more than 15 years and recently completed her term as Florida Kiwanis Lieutenant Governor for Division 23, overseeing 15 clubs in the northern section of Broward County. Ladies and gentlemen, could you put your hands together for our outstanding community engagement award recipient, Opal Spence.
The best award in Florida. I know. Oh, Parkland, don't count it.
Okay, so with all protocols observed, to my fellow Brits, to my family, my husband, my two daughters are with me. Unfortunately, my daughter Charlotte couldn't be with me this evening. My dear friends, my cousin, I do want to say a pleasant good evening. Now, yes, I was born in London. Grew up in Peckham. For those of you who know Peckham, went to Oliver Goldsmith Primary School. And then at the age of 10, well, ever since I knew myself, my dad always said, one day I'm moving back to Jamaica. I'm going to move back to Jamaica. And so at the age of 10, my first trip ever on a plane, I'd never really left London. Londoners know you sort of stay in London. You don't really venture out of London. So moving to Jamaica, traveling to Jamaica for the first time, for me was a big shock. We arrived in a place called Hopewell, which is just outside of Montego Bay. And I remember the vehicle that we were in pulled up in the Hopewell Square, and I'm looking out, and there was this boy walking along with no shoes. And I said to my mom, can we go back to England because they don't sell shoes here, right? And so, you know, that really stuck with me because, of course, I'd never seen that before. Of course, England is just always so cold and gray, so where are you going to walk barefooted? Never. So, we moved up to a place called Cold Spring. I went to Pondside School, and I know that Del Holness, his family is from there. I think he grew up in Pondside. And that's the home of Melon Otti. Now it's deep rural. But being there, as much as I honestly hated being in the countryside, there was something that I learned. There was this sense of community. I learned about the Jamaican culture. I learned I saw people who, there were needs. So there were people who lived in one bedroom, and then of course there were people who had big homes. But one of the things that I learned from, watching my mother, she always found time to be there and help others. Didn't matter what. They'd come to her, Miss Sybil, this is the issue. And everyone would always leave with a parcel. And it's something that always stuck with me. And so, she never had to say to me, oh, this is what you need to do. I just saw that it made her feel good. And she didn't want any accolades. She didn't do it for praise. She did it because it's something that made her feel good. And I knew that I wanted some of that. And so I learned from a very young age what it meant to be able to help others, to give back in whatever way you can. And that's what I did. And so when I had an opportunity to join a youth club and help in different ways, I did. And eventually moving back here, I learned of Kiwanis. And I know again, Dale is part of the club, a member of the club that I'm a part of. And my husband is also a Kiwanis. I think there are a few more Kiwanis in the house here this evening. I saw where I'm part of an organization that it's bigger than myself. And yet, there's so much that we do to help children and families in need. It's a case that, today, for example, I was at the SOS Children's Village. I participated in a pleasure walk for those children who are in foster care. When they reach 18, they have to move. They can no longer stay within the foster care system. And so this project that I did today was to raise funds in order to help those 18-year-olds who would have to figure out life on their own Something that for most of us, 18, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay at home with our parents. You know, who's going to, I mean, 18 years old, a lot of kids are still in high school. But for these kids, at 18, they do have to move on. And so we had to figure out a way, well, how do we raise funds for these 18-year-olds so that they can have furniture, that their bills can be paid, that they can get on with life and live a normal life. And so this is something that I'm committed to doing. I do it because I love it. And so being the president of the Kiwanis Club of Lauderdale Lakes, being the lieutenant governor for Division 23 overseeing 15 clubs, I knew that I had to commit myself to doing something to make a difference in the lives of young people. It doesn't matter what I have, what job I have. I know that I was surrounded by love, but I'm also fully aware that there are many who don't have that. And so it's incumbent upon us, those of us who are able to help those who need our help. Because we may see them today and they may not necessarily be in a good place. They may be hungry. We have many kids who are homeless. But when you speak to them one-on-one, when you get to know these children, they have huge dreams. And so that gives me comfort knowing that our future is bright. Because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are going to be looking to them to take care of us. Whether we want to believe that or not, that is the truth. Because as I teach, I always look at my students and say, well, listen, one day you're going to end up maybe having to represent me in court. Maybe you're going to be the one who's going to have to take care of me in the hospital. My future does lie in their hands, and so does all of ours. And so I want you to join me as we continue to reach back and help those who can't necessarily help themselves because they just can't. They need others to be there to support them. And so, Vice Mayor, I do want to thank you and the committee for this recognition. I'm certainly humbled by it, and I certainly do enjoy being among fellow Brits. Thank you so much.
comes, what may. Babe, won't you say that you'll be mine? Oh my, baby, I am yours. I enjoy everything that you do. No need to pretend I know I love you. Oh, won't you say you love me too? Oh yeah. You promised me you'll love me so dearly. By the look at the light in your eyes, you really care. But now that the moon is shining on the other side, all my money is gone and the love we share. Oh baby, I'm yours, I am yours forever and endlessly. Yeah, I am yours, whatever comes, what may, baby. Oh baby, say that you'll be mine, oh mine. Ooh, 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 you promised me you'll love me so dearly. By the look at the light in your eyes, you really care. But now that the moon is shining on the other side, all my money is gone and the love we share. Oh baby, I'm yours, I am yours forever and endlessly. Yeah, I am yours, whatever comes, what may, baby. Oh baby, say that you'll be my, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Thank you. Next one. Yeah. I need y'all to sing this one with me. Yeah. Hey, you said she was your cousin. Yes, I hear y'all now. But I found out that she wasn't. Cousins don't care, especially like this. Oh, but I'm afraid I caught you in a lie. Oh, but I'm afraid I caught you in a lie. I never thought that I would see the day that you would deceive me. I had faith out of my way to treat you nice, but it doesn't pay. She wore the clothes to help me out. I feel a fool without a doubt. Oh, but I'm afraid. I caught you in a lie. Oh, but I'm afraid. I caught you in a lie. Hey, and you know what? When you catch them in the line and they see together on 6th Street, Lord of mercy. Yes. We're going down memory lane here. Hey. Told me to stay. Oh, but I'm hurting from someone else. I know you're having an affair, and I know who, and I know where. It's that easy going chick just down there. She lives in number 6 West 6th Street, yeah. Why just down the road from me so I can see? And all the people around me, they can laugh at me. So tell me baby, tell me why. I know you're having an affair, and I know who, and I know where. It's that easy going chick just down there. She lives at number 6 West 6th Street, yeah. Why just down the road from me so I can see? And all the people around me, they can laugh at me, yeah. Why just down the road from me? Why? Feet. And before I leave, we have everyone in here is here because of Black Heritage Month. And so we're going to celebrate with Black Pride. Let's go. Yes. the color of my skin. That is the life that I live. I was born to be the color that God made me, and I just got to say, black is my color. Yeah, I couldn't be any other. No, no, baby, black is my color. Yeah, I couldn't be any other. No, no. Now is the color of my eyes, and I got no reason to disguise it, 'cause black is the pride in me for all the world to see, and I just got to say, black is my color. Yeah, I couldn't be any other. No, no, I say black is my color. Yeah, couldn't be any other. No, no. Oh, to see. Oh no, I must be that I for all to see. Oh no, I must be. Yeah. Thank you all so much. And before I go, I just want to shout out to the band, the Homebred Band. They're not here physically, but in spirit, they helped me put this music together. So thank you to them. Big up on ourselves.
Thank you so very much for that small. Lady name small, but you have such a big voice, right? Excellent, excellent. And I know earlier, Vice Mayor Davis is coming back for our last award. I know that earlier the Vice Mayor had introduced all of our political dignitaries that are here. But if I could have your attention, I promise you, this is one of also a very important award, and the Vice Mayor is here to present it. However, the Vice Mayor had introduced all the political dignitaries that were here in the House. And there's one person to introduce, one of her colleagues here in the Miramar City Commission who wasn't here at the time. But you may have noticed that when Miss Small started singing that song, I know you're having an affair, he was the first person on the dance floor. I'm not saying he means anything, but he's the most recent member of this Miramar Commission to just return from London, England. Would you put your hands together for none other than my friend and your brother, Commissioner Maxwell Chambers. All right.
All right. One last announcement, because this award is standing between you and dancing, and it makes sense that this award recipient is receiving this most prestigious award. If I could ask you to settle down for just a minute, I promise we're almost going to get out of here. My shoes squeezing me, so I have to get out. I'm serious. Look, it's from Walmart, it's plastic, and they're very tight on the foot. Very tight. Listen, that bracelet I was talking about earlier, it's essential for you to look around where you're seated if you see that bracelet. It's not the monetary value. And I'm not joking around this time. That bracelet actually was given for a cancer survivor, right? So if you see that bracelet gold with the pink stones in it, please, please, please turn it into someone here, right? If you've noticed, we have more Miramar police officers who have entered the room, but do not be swayed by that. I promise you, don't even happen to you once you turn it in. Our next award recipient was one of those few Jamaicans born on the island of Jamaica, but born as a British citizen. In fact, from his very birth, he left Jamaica at a young age to go to live in England. And from a young age, everyone knew that he was special, that he was gifted, that he would be a transformative force in the music industry. Our award recipient for Outstanding Arts and Entertainment Award is synonymous with the Big Set sound system. For those of you, I don't remember doing this because I was always a Christian, but I'm told that some of you had your Heineken bottle and your Red Stripe on the big jukebox, right? Yes? Oh, you're admitting to that. Yes, I'll see you in church tomorrow. God bless you. All right. But our award recipient is a legendary actor and music producer and has been an iconic figure in the Jamaican music scene for decades. He's a two-time Grammy winner who has contributed to the rise of an impressive cadre of established artists in the Jamaican music industry, and is also credited with playing a vital role in the development with my favorite genre of songs, dance hall, and the sound system culture in general. He's also been credited with originating a new and original way of mixing the rhythms and vocals on a track, and his signature vocal style on the mic, and often imitated but never duplicated, is a part of his British Jamaican upbringing. He's regularly referenced as the representative of the dance hall genre. Ladies and gentlemen, if you love Stone, if you love love, then put your hands together for Rory Stone Love.
Blessings, blessings, blessings to all of you, and Africa praise the Most High every time to make it possible for this gathering of such beautiful people in one place. A couple 100 years ago, this could not happen with the Union Jack and black people. I say, what happened? But today it can be possible. And I want to say that it's been a long time since I've worn a suit, trust me. Very, very long time. And waistcoat too. When Miss Davis wrote me and said about the Black British Award, I didn't even know it existed. I was surprised. And when I saw Miss Davis' photograph, I said, wow, she's hot. Seeing her now, hot, crazy. And the judge, my God, you're the greatest MC ever. Trust me. Gotta give it up. I'm probably first generation Windrush. My mother left when she was born in Portland, Coopers Hill, and moved to Maxwell Avenue, and went to Willie Jean, and then to United Kingdom in the early days. And we are like blues party family. My mother keep house party from late 60s, 70s, and to the late 70s. And we kept probably the baddest blues parties in South London. I've seen the growth from Louis Jordan to ska to rocksteady to reggae, and it's beautiful. Saying that, what really surprised me today is that when I was outside, I was watching everybody talk. I never knew there was so many British people in Miami. I never knew. Never knew. I've been coming here for years. I have never heard so many British people in Miami. I'm in shock. And the greatest thing, you're all talking British. Nobody's twanging. Everybody's British. You know what I mean? Like, go blimey. Crazy. Couldn't believe it. And saying that, I went to Jamaica around 78. And my first day of school was at Calabar High School. And my stepfather told me, all right, yeah, go outside. You're going to see some boy with some green and black on them shoulder. You follow them. And here's a knife. Mind you, this is election time in Jamaica. Siaga, Michael Manley. Crazy times. I'm out there watching what's going on. See two of them, say, I'm going to follow them. Did I watch them? Jump on the bus with them. First thing I'm thinking, how much is the bus fare? They gave me a $20 bill. That's big money in those days. It was 10 cents for a jolly bus for go downtown Kingston. And if I open my mouth, it's going to make it worse. Trust me, it's going to go worse. So like, let's give the money. Oh, for a year ago. Boulevard. An Englishman. The whole bus quiet. And the youth then come off Spanish Town Road, Marcus Garvey Drive for some reason. I no good place that. So me come off too. And me see snipers on the high building them. Yeah, gunshot run a Cockburn Pen run Olympic Garden. And me have to walk right through, I have to walk from Marcus Garvey Drive to Halfway Tree. Because, you know, it's British, we walk everywhere. So, walk it. By the time we reach Reddy's Road, it was morning shift and evening shift, school finish. So, so I had to walk to my uncle's workplace and get a drive back. The next day, you know better. Reach school now. My first class was English literature, Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. But them days were on the British education system, O-levels, A-levels. That was the lick back then. So everybody's reading a paragraph. Me want to hear the English boy read. I have never in my life been so nervous reading Julius Caesar. Remember me tell you, massive. And then the next year, the system changed. Because we're doing like, for history it was World War I, World War II. Literature was like Julius Caesar's Homer's Odyssey and stuff like that. That was O-level, whatever stuff. And it changed to CXC. So we're doing like Caribbean history. We're doing Black history. We're learning about the Middle Passage, stuff like that. Big enlightenment. Big enlightenment. Because when I was a kid, we used to get Burning Spear records, Big Youth records. End up Big Youth, I raised me. End up Daddy Uri was my godfather on the real. So these things happen. Dennis Brown was my good brethren. So I don't mean to talk too much, but why not? I'm the last one. I spent some time during hardship times living in the ghetto in Jonestown in a tenement yard. For real. When he said Jacob in that thing, Rasta living in a tenement yard, I knew why. Trust me. Crazy living in a tenement yard. Saying that I have been blessed by the Most High to do something that you love. And I don't usually get awards. It's supposed to be probably my second award, maybe I get it in my life, you know. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate it. God bless you all. Love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Isn't Rory just totally amazing? Rory Stone Love, right? And we're correcting what happened last year. He was unfortunately ill and couldn't be with us, but we had him this year. Weren't you glad you waited, right? Because if you didn't wait to hear him speak, you wouldn't have known that even at a Black British Heritage Award ceremony, you can have sexual harassment. You heard him harass the vice mayor. And I know the thing that all of you are thinking. You're all thinking, he seemed so much taller in the club when he was spinning the records. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, just so that he used to stand on a milk box. Put your hands together again for Rory Stone Love. And of course, you know that the African heritage and contribution to the British Empire has to do with the name of the school that he went to, Calabar. You know, Calabar actually is a Nigerian name, which means come and live and be at rest. Come and live and be at rest. Well, on behalf of the Vice Mayor of the great city of Miramar and all the commissioners and the Mayor of the city of Miramar and all of the staff who put this together today, it was an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today and to celebrate the Black British Heritage Award celebration. What we're going to do now from this time until we close out this evening is you're going to get a chance to hear from in crowd, the DJ, a master DJ who plays almost as good as Rory Stone Love, all right? So put your hands together as in crowd ushers us out for the night. May God bless you and keep you until next year when we have another celebration. God bless you all. It's so good to see you. And remember, you can still turning the bracelet. Still turning the bracelet. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I'm going to warm it up with the British memories. The songs we grew up on, my parents grew up on, and then we're going to go in a little lovers rock, and then we're going to play some new stuff and whatever. But for right now, just sing along when you hear the tune them, all right? Work with me, work with me, work with me.
Black, the pages